Weather could certainly be a factor here tonight from Fenway Park. It's cloudy, and there's certainly a chance for precipitation. The Detroit Tigers and the Red Sox play Game 2 of a 4-game series. Hi again, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, and welcome to Red Sox baseball. Well, yesterday, leaving the game was Dustin Pedroia with an apparent thumb injury. We found out it was not from the diving play that he made yesterday, but rather from batting earlier, and he re-aggravated it once again. What does it mean? Well, right now, he's listed as day-to-day. What the Red Sox are missing is certainly a lot. With Pedroia in the lineup in 2010, when he missed a lot of that year, he was 45. The Red Sox were 45-30 without Pedroia in the lineup. In 2010, 44-43. Missed only 3 games last year. He played in all 48 games so far this year. And with Interleague coming up, he's always been very good, hitting at .352. So the Red Sox are hopeful to get him back, but right now listed as day-to-day. We welcome in Jared Remy, and Jared, a nice victory for the Red Sox yesterday. Another big game for Scott Atchison.
Boy, he's been outstanding for the Red Sox, Don. You know, the whole Red Sox bullpen has been very good, but Atchison has kind of gone under the radar, and he's the guy that comes in now when the game is on the line. Bobby Valentine has that much confidence in him. Yesterday, a couple of strikeouts for Atchison. He's been doing it all season long. He's a guy that was riding the bus back and forth to Pawtucket just a year ago, but he's here to stay for Boston this year. Incredible numbers in the 19 games, a 1-0 record at 0.93 ERA. Look what he's done in his last 12 games, 17 in the third innings, and no runs allowed. You love when he's out there. He pitches quickly. He goes after hitters. He throws strikes, and right now, a very important factor in the Red Sox bullpen.
Well, yesterday, the Red Sox certainly caught a break. They catch no break tonight as they have to deal with Justin Verlander. We'll talk more Verlander when we come back to Fenway Park right after this. Proving why he was the AL Cy Young and MVP in 2011. An 8-inning, 2-hit, no-run, 7-strikeout performance against the Red Sox helped the Detroit Tigers pick up the win and was the first of 3 starts this season with him allowing 0 earned runs. Welcome back inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo. Well, tonight, Justin Verlander is on the mound. Last year, an incredible year for him, and this year, off to just as good a start. This is his second start of the year against the Red Sox, and where does he rank? Well, near the top or at the top of many pitching categories. He followed up last season when he led the American League in wins, ERA, innings pitched, and strikeouts, gotten off to a very good start. And through 10 starts, he leads in many of the same categories, and in some cases, actually been better. He's allowed 2 runs or fewer in 7 of his 10 starts this season and comes in with an ERA of 2.15. Already has 3 complete games, 1 short of his career high. Well, a chance for showers here tonight at Fenway Park. We could be dodging the raindrops throughout the night. On the mound for the Red Sox tonight is Daniel Bard, his first ever start against the Tigers. He comes into tonight's action at 4-5. We're back with the first pitch right after this. New England's website for deals by Toyota.com. Dunkin' Donuts, New England's Subaru dealers, and by Southwest Airlines. Well, welcome back to Fenway Park as we get ready for Game 2 of the 4-game series between the Red Sox and the Tigers. As the fans settle in here tonight, you can see cloud-covered here at Fenway Park and some ominous-looking clouds off to the left. The conditions as we stand here right now, 70 degrees here, pretty humid. Wind direction and speed, it's out of center field at 6 miles per hour, and the forecast is a chance of showers here tonight. It seems it gets a little bit worse as the night goes on. We'll find out tonight as the Red Sox take the field here tonight from Fenway Park. Let's check out the visiting Tigers starting lineup. Their lineup is brought to you by Jordan's Furniture. Quentin Berry leads it off at center field with Andy Dirks in left field. Miguel Cabrera at third base bats third with Prince Fielder at first base. Delman Young is the DH. Brennan Bosch in the game after not playing yesterday is in right field. Alex Avila does the catching with Johnny Peralta at shortstop. And Ramon Santiago is at second base. He bats ninth. On the mound tonight for Boston, Daniel Bard comes into appearance number 10, start number 9. He is 4-5 with a 4.69 earned run average. 48 innings. He has walked more than he has struck out. It's a strange stat for him, as 29 walks to 28 strikeouts, and opponents hitting at 261 against Bard. Last time out, a victory against the Orioles. 5 1/3. He gave up 2 runs.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. They are second in the American League with 21 errors on the season. Kevin Youkilis will be at third base. Mike Aviles, the shortstop. Nick Punto at second. And Adrian Gonzalez, the first baseman, left to right. Daniel Nava, Scott Pasendik, and Ryan Sweeney. And Jared Saltalamacchia doing the catching for Daniel Bard.
Well, the umpiring crew tonight, in behind the plate, Bill Welke calling the balls and strikes with Chris Guccione at first base. Tim Sheeta at second base, and Jeff Nelson is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Well, Daniel Bard finishing up his warm-up tosses, ready to work here in Game 2 of the series. And the Red Sox first met Verlander. It was opening day. And, of course, it was John Lester who was on the hill that day for the Red Sox in Detroit. Quentin Berry is leading it off for the Tigers as he checks in, hitting at 360. No homers and 2 runs batted in.
And right away, Kevin Youkilis in tight at third base against Berry. He likes the bunt. He's got very good speed. And you also see Gonzalez coming in at first base.
Tigers starting the day now 2 games under 500 with the loss here yesterday. 23-25. First pitch of the ball game from Bard is in there for strike 1, and we are underway. And Berry leading off it in center field. Tough day yesterday for Jim Leland, and he was pretty upset about it. He ejected from the game yesterday along with his third base coach, Gene Lamont. And a clearly missed call by the first base umpire, Bill Welke, who overruled Jeff Nelson, who had the plate yesterday, and both Lamont and Leland were tossed. Led to a 3-run inning for the Red Sox, and they were on their way to the victory here yesterday in Game 1 of the series. Leland's Tigers come in 4 games back of the Cleveland Indians atop the American League Central. Berry lays off, and it evens at 2-2. Look at the American League Central. The White Sox have played great baseball lately. All of a sudden have slid in between the Indians and the Tigers. They've won 9 of their last 10 and 6 in a row. That's on the corner for strike 3, and a good start for Daniel Bard.
Well, if that's a pitch that Daniel Bard's going to get tonight, he should have a very good night. That ball on the outside part of the plate, everything had been inside till his final pitch, and right on the corner for Bard to pick up the strikeout.
1 down. Andy Dirks is coming up, left fielder for the Tigers at 318, 4 homers and 16 runs batted in. And Jerry, looking at the numbers, very surprising to see Bard has walked more than he has struck out, especially with the number of strikeouts that he had piled up coming out of the bullpen last couple of years for the Red Sox.
No, you're exactly right, Don. And a lot of that is making the transition from the bullpen to a starting pitcher, not having the same type of velocity as a starter as he had as a, setup guy. And the walks are a concern. That's something he's got to really work on and cut down on.
1-0 fouled off. That was at 94 miles an hour. And Bob McClure, the pitching coach, the guy who both started and relieved, trying to help Bard into this transition period that really started right at the beginning of spring training. 1-1 is tap foul, 1-2.
The last time out for Daniel Bard, he actually scrapped the windup for a while and went out of just the set position, but back to the windup to start this game tonight.
Mentioned off the top his first career start against the Tigers, although out of the pen. He's given up only 2 earned runs in 6 innings of work against the Tigers. Pitch is outside, 2-2. 1-0 mark against Detroit. Red Sox with yet another opportunity to go over 500 tonight. They are 24-24. This is lined to center. In comes Podsednik, but it's in for a base hit. They play it on a hop, and Dirks aboard with a 1-out single.
Al Dirks sliding up into that number 2 spot tonight. 318 hitter. Had been 0 for 1 in his career against Daniel Bard, but picks up this base hit on a fastball in front of Podsednik in center field.
So here come the big guys, Miguel Cabrera and Prince Fielder, 3-4 in this Tigers order. Cabrera at 306 with 9 homers and 40 runs batted in. Red Sox infield a double play depth as Cabrera takes strike 1. 95 miles an hour as Cabrera's got something in his eye. .333 hitters Cabrera with runners on base compared to hitting at .280 with the bases empty. He's got a runner at first. And a little number in front of the plate. Out is Saltalamacchia. Clears the runner and throws out Cabrera. Dirks will take second. But there are now 2 outs in the first inning.
Saltalamacchia wisely calling off Bard on this. Is a much easier play for him. That's the slider just right toward the end of the bat and tapped it in front of home plate. Both Bard and Saltalamacchia charging it. It's Salty that makes the play and picks up the out at first base.
So 2 down here in the first, and it brings up Prince Fielder. .315 average first year with the Tigers. 7 homers, 28 runs batted in. Fielder 7th in the American League in batting average to start the night. Rides a 5-game hitting streak coming into tonight's action. Dirks in scoring position with 2 down. Down and in, and a nice play to the backhand that time for Saltalamacchia. 2-0.
First changeup tonight for Bard. Gets away from him, goes down and in on Prince Fielder, and backhanded by Saltalamacchia behind the plate.
On the ground by the mound, Aviles ranges behind second. His throw is in time. And Bard gets out of a semi-jam in the top of the first inning. The Red Sox are coming up from Fenway. Let's check out the Red Sox starting lineup, brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers. Daniel Nava leads it off in left field with Ryan Sweeney starting in right field. Adrian Gonzalez back at first base. David Ortiz at DH with Kevin Youkilis at third base. Jared Saltalamacchia does the catching with Mike Aviles at shortstop batting seventh. Scott Podsednik in center field bats eighth, and Nick Punto starting at second base in place of Dustin Pedroia, listed as day-to-day for the moment. On the mound for the Tigers, Justin Verlander, 10 starts, 5-2 with a 2.15 earned run average. 75 in a third inning. He's got 75 strikeouts to 15 walks. And how about the opponent batting average? 172, and that ERA is tops in the American League. And last time out did lose, despite only giving up 2 runs in 8 innings against the Cleveland Indians. He was outdueled against Justin Masterson, who was going for the Indians that night. And here we go as Daniel Nava gets his second straight start in the leadoff spot in the Red Sox order. There is ball one from Verlander.
Verlander, one of those guys, very unique. He can start off the game throwing a fastball at 90. If he gets into the 7th and 8th inning, he can get as high as 98, 99. It's amazing.
There's a check swing foul into the seats. Look out. Now the 278, 2 homers, 12 runs batted in. He'll be followed by Ryan Sweeney, who slides into the 2 spot for Dustin Pedroia. The 1-1 pitch. This is grounded softly. Third baseman Cabrera cuts it off, and from behind the mound lets the throw go and retires Nava.
Let's take a look at the Tigers defense. They're 11th in the American League with 33 errors on the season. Miguel Cabrera at third base. Johnny Peralta, the shortstop. Ramon Santiago at second. And Prince Fielder, the first baseman. Left to right, Andy Dirks, Quentin Berry, and Brennan Bosch. And Alex Avila doing the catching for Verlander.
So one out here in the bottom of the first inning. Here is Ryan Sweeney, his second game since being activated. Started in center field yesterday, right field today. And this season hitting at .325. Of course, was on the 7-day DL with the concussion symptoms. And is back. It appears to be okay. Jerry, we learned today, of course, that Dustin Pedroia did not injure himself on that diving play yesterday, but actually earlier.
Exactly. A few weeks back, I guess he got jammed on a fastball, and it started to bother him then. And he started to try to make some adjustments in his gripping of the bat. And he continued to bother him a little bit, and he got jammed again yesterday in the game. And then, of course, made that diving play, and that was it after that. So you see he's got that little brace on it right now, and everybody actually awaiting results of MRIs.
Cabrera, the third baseman, makes the catch on the pop-up, and there's 2 down. This was the last play yesterday. A fantastic play at second base, fully sprawled out. And comes up and throws out. Danny Worth at the time at first base and would leave the game.
Had a chance to see it this afternoon, and it was a little bit swollen and quite black and blue.
So listed as day-to-day right now for Dustin Pedroia. So the Red Sox cannot afford to lose Dustin Pedroia for any length of time. 2 down for Adrian Gonzalez, who started the last couple of days in right field here at Fenway Park, but today back at his more familiar first base. 268, 4 homers, 26 runs batted in. Will Middlebrooks is on the bench tonight. 0-2 the count. Will Middlebrooks on the bench tonight as Youkilis gets a start at third base. Gonzalez at first as Bobby Valentine continues to manage this triangle. Figure out how to get all these 3 bats in the lineup at the same time.
There's a changeup that time from Verlander. You see the fastball, the changeup, the curveball, and the slider. Changeup down and away, bouncing at that time.
One-two pitch, trying it back to back. And getting a piece is Gonzalez. Verlander can't get it. Fielder does. Flips underhanded and just in time to get Adrian Gonzalez in to end the first inning. Done with one from Fenway. No score. League's icon and figure out where Wally is in New England. Tomorrow morning, listen to Dennis and Callahan on 93.7 WEEI. Watch them here on Nesson. Be the correct caller. Tell them where Wally is, and you can win 4 Green Monster tickets on June 5th, courtesy of your New England Ford dealers. I wonder how many people will call up and say he is with Jerry Randall.
Exactly. Well, there's a pretty good chance he's going to be.
Delman Young almost leaned into that very late to react, and he's going to take a little stroll to get over it.
First pitch surprising Delman Young, that fastball up and in, and very late to get his hands out of the way of that fastball from Barnes.
Delman Young batting out of the number 5th spot. As the Tigers made a switch before the game, Young was not in the original starting lineup today, but playing tonight. Don Kelly had been inserted in that lineup and in right field, but Brendan Bosch is added in right field. He's scheduled to be the DH, but plays defensively, and instead it is Delman Young who's the DH tonight for the Tigers. 2-1 from Bard. Back to Bard, and a nice pick. On to first base for out number 1 of the inning. Got that high hop and handled it, and retires Young.
Yeah, one hop back to Daniel Bard, a nice high one, right about glove high. And I mentioned so many times that's so much easier for a pitcher. Not an easy play, but it's certainly better than having that ball down around the ankles.
Helped him out that it came back glove side. One down here in the second inning. There's Brendan Bosch, a right fielder for the Tigers.
That's an excellent point, Don. When it comes back glove side instead of arm side, makes it a much easier play.
1-0 pitch is a strike over the inside corner, and it's 1-1. Center fielder Scott Podsednik a little bit towards right center. Somewhat of a gap out there in left center for Bosch to pull. Gets jammed and flips one out to shallow right. Sweeney coming in. Out goes Punto, and Sweeney makes the catch.
Wow.
Ryan Sweeney into the slide, comes up with it somehow for the second out of the second inning. Nice play by Ryan Sweeney.
That was a double announcer wow right there. That was quite a play by Sweeney. I didn't think he had any chance to get to it. I'm watching Punto, and all of a sudden here comes Sweeney and picks it right off the grass. He has made some spectacular defensive plays in the outfield for the Red Sox. A double wow.
Wow. So 2 down here in the second inning. 1 error this season, and the only error he's made since 2009. He's been very good out there, and I think that's one thing that's kind of surprised me a little bit, Jerry, knowing about Ryan Sweeney coming here from the Oakland A's. You didn't get to see him very much out there with the A's, but his defense, very, very good.
That's an excellent point, too. You know, you're full of excellent points so far tonight, Don.
Thank you, Jerry.
We don't get to see him very much out on the West Coast, obviously, unless you stay up like you do and watch West Coast baseball.
I didn't watch a lot of Oakland A's baseball. I watch a lot of Angels baseball, it seems like, especially now we're the Yankees are playing the Angels again tonight. Of course, the play that he was injured on at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, May 19th, that's where he got the concussion, or at least the symptoms of that occurred, and up until yesterday was on the DL. But he is back and making great plays like the one he just made for out number 2 of this second inning. Here's Alex Avila, who did not play in the first game of this series, the all-star catcher for the Tigers. 237 start to the year. Avila over the last 18 games hitting at just 186. Here's a fly ball out towards left center field, struck pretty well. Podsednik on the run back onto the track to make the catch. It's a pretty good defense thrown around by the Red Sox here in the second inning. Inning and a half done. No score from Fenway. Packs. Create your own unique double play packs by pairing a game in early June with a date with the Yankees or an exciting summer weekend date. Get your double play packs tickets at redsox.com/double play. Last half of the second inning back at Fenway Park. No score. As David Ortiz will lead it off. We'll see Kevin Youkilis and Jared Saltalamacchia to face Justin Verlander. Big Poppy in the cleanup spot and part of our key matchup brought to you by your New England Honda dealers. That's Verlander. He is 6 for 21 at 286. A couple of home runs on Verlander in his career. Verlander enters tonight's start, having not allowed a run now, including the first in 17 2/3 innings against the Red Sox. This one is fouled straight back. That's now over 4 starts. Dates back to May 19th of last year. Look at David's numbers, a .564 slugging percentage. Last 5 starts against the Red Sox, Verlander has had a quality start in each of his last 5 outings. 2-0 record with a 1.40 ERA. 6 earned runs in 38 2/3 innings. Last 5 starts against Boston. Is 0-1 to Big Papi. In the air to left field, struck well. Andy Dirks going back at the wall, and it's going to be off the wall. Scraped it on the way down. Dirks plays the carom, but Big Papi is into second base with a double to start things in the second inning.
Well, when you come into the game a .286 career hitter off Justin Verlander, that's a lot of hitting off this guy. And he gets the fastball at 90 away, takes it high off the wall. About 3/4 of the way up that left field wall for the leadoff double here in the second inning.
David's 5th extra base hit against Verlander, 3 doubles, 2 homers, and starts the second inning with a double as Kevin Youkilis now stands in. That's coming off the DL. Youkilis hitting at 300 and 6 for 20 since being activated. Of course, had a home run in his first game back off the DL for the Red Sox. A 4-1 loss to the Orioles. A 1-0. That'll miss, and it is 2-0 now to Youkilis.
That's the first curveball we've seen featured tonight by Verlander. A couple of changeups in the first inning. Mostly fastballs. There's the breaking ball.
David Ortiz at second. Nobody out here in the Boston second as Youkilis looks at strike one, a 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
Youkilis questioning that call. He thought it might have been a little bit high.
We talk about the respect that young pitchers don't seem to get from umpires, and the respect that guys like Justin Verlander do get from Major League umpires.
As soon as you're a Cy Young and an MVP, you get a lot of respect from umpires and a lot of hitters around baseball.
You got to be ready to swing. Two is tap foul, and it remains 2-2. Saltalamacchia waits on deck. Red Sox batting here in the bottom of the second inning. Youkilis fouls it off the facade to our right and back down again to the field.
I think Verlander was going for the strikeout there, 98 miles an hour. He's gone from 90 to 98 with a man in scoring position.
Swing and a miss. Strikes out Youkilis, first K of the night for Verlander, and there's one away. Goes to the breaking ball to get him.
Yep, good curveball from Verlander. Goes from letters to knees. So the one out, Ortiz remains at second base.
One out for Jared Saltalamacchia. 273, 9 homers, 22 runs batted in. Bird has been terrific and continues to roll along. 9 homers in those 22 runs batted in. Hit his 9th home run of the season yesterday as he takes strike 1. 4th long ball in his last 8 games. Part of the Red Sox victory here yesterday at Fenway Park. This is his 5th home run in the last 13 games. Hitting a .366 over the last 13 games. 0-1 is to the left side of the left field. A base hit. Ortiz will go to third. And the Red Sox have runners at first and third with 1 out.
Now that's been the impressive thing about Saltalamacchia recently. He's using the whole ballpark. He saw the home run earlier on a shot of the game yesterday. And now he goes inside out swing on a fastball in and finds that hole at shortstop. Not a complete shift on Saltalamacchia, but certainly playing him the pull. Ortiz has to hold up at third base.
First and third, 1 down. And Mike Aviles is coming up. Red Sox shortstops hit all over this order. Leading off a lot in the absence of Jacoby Ellsbury. Batted 9th yesterday, now bats 7th in this lineup as it is constructed tonight. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Fastball that was elevated. Ortiz at third. Saltalamacchia at first. 1 down. It's outside. Jerry, every year we spend all spring training trying to figure out what the Red Sox everyday lineup is going to look like. Remind me next year not to do that.
I will.
Okay.
Just like, you used to have to remind me about the Toronto Blue Jays like for 2 or 3 years in a row.
Yes.
I'll remind you about the lineup.
Right. Let's not talk about the lineup. The second base for 1 on to first. Going to be close and not in time. Run will score.
Good hustle by Aviles.
Ortiz gets in, and the Red Sox take a 1-0 lead. Double play ball that is not turned because of the speed of Aviles.
Could have been a double play to get out of the inning, but Aviles hustling hard all the way down the line. Beats it at first base, and those are the kind of runs you've got to get against Verlander. Made the safe call himself.
Now leads the Red Sox with 32 RBIs on the season, and a quick toss over to first base has him diving back. Two down, Aviles at first base, and Scott Podsednik is the batter. Another close play. But back to the bag is Aviles.
Now Verlander, very quick feet for a right-hander going to first base on those pickoff attempts. You've got to be very careful not to get too stretched out on your lead with Verlander out there.
Podsednik has hit at .455 since joining the Red Sox. Home run and a run batted in. 6th game that he has appeared in with the Red Sox, all in center. Last 3 starts for Podsednik, 5 for 9. Acquired from Philadelphia. Swing and a miss, and it's a ball and a strike. We're playing at Lehigh Valley at AAA at the time.
Change up again this time by Verlander. The very good one down and away from Podsednik. Had him off balance.
Temperature gauge 82 degrees for Podsednik in the last 4 games. 1-1 is fouled off to the left, kind of tied him up. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Boston Red Sox. May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Boston Red Sox. 2 outs here in the 2nd inning. Mike Aviles at first base. On the ground is short, picked on the backhand by Peralta, goes to first, and safe at first base is Podsednik. Throw off the mark, and fielder Tried to lay the tag on him on the way by, but too much speed. Podsednik was by him.
Yeah, Podsednik still runs very well down that first base line. Peralta knows it. He had to rush his throw to get it to first base. He had no play at second. So it goes across the diamond. It's going to be up the line, and Podsednik beats it. That goes as an error, and I think that should be a base hit. I really do.
One, two down in the inning, first and second. Nick Punto, the batter. He is batting in place of Dustin Pedroia. Not in his spot in the order, but from a second base standpoint, is interesting to see how long Pedroia will be away and whether the Red Sox will go with Punto on a regular basis or how they work it at second base. So far, Pedroia, one of two players in Major League Baseball to start every game at second base. Dan Uggla being the other, the Atlanta Braves, but tonight, of course, not starting. And he didn't like that strike call, even though he's not playing. It's 0-2. Dustin may be on the bench, but he's still very much in the game. Verlander bluffing off the backside of the mound, sending Aviles back to the bat. Nobody cheating in behind him. Swing and a miss. Strikes out Punto. 97 on the fastball. Red Sox get a run off Verlander. It's 1-0 Boston at the end of 2. Who is FW Webb? FW Webb is a supplier of pipe valves, fittings, and pumps to institutions and manufacturing facilities across the Northeast. Selection, expertise, solutions. We've got it. Visit fwweb.com. Third inning from Fenway Park. Red Sox have a 1-0 advantage as Johnny Peralta leads it off here in the third inning. Peralta, Santiago, and Barry to bat here for the Tigers. Peralta hitting at .243 coming into tonight's game. 3 homers and 14 runs batted in. Former Cleveland Indian. In the air to right field. Ryan Sweeney takes a step or two to his left and makes the catch First out of the third inning. Well, tonight, following our Red Sox coverage, joined Randy Scott for Ness and Daily, presented by Sun Life Financial. Al Skinner is in studio to preview Game 2 between the Celtics and the Heat, as Boston looks to bounce back following last night's loss. Plus, LA Kings analyst Jim Fox will discuss the impact the Kings goalie Jonathan Quick will have on the Stanley Cup Final. All this and much more on Ness and Daily tonight after Red Sox coverage, only on Nesson.
One good quarter last night for the Celtics. The second quarter, that was it.
Downhill in the second half. One down for Ramon Santiago. Santiago in the last 25 games has struggled. He's hit at just .205. Certainly known much more for his glove than his bat. In fact, since the start of the 06 season, he's compiled a .994 fielding percentage at second base, .979 fielding percentage at shortstop. And he will take the walk, a 4-pitch walk. The walks have been a problem for Bard, and he walks a number 9 man. One out here in the third inning.
Yeah, that's where it really becomes a problem when you walk the number 9 man, you know, who's not hitting very well at all, Santiago, and put him on base with one out.
One out, one on. And here comes Quentin Berry. Struck out looking in the first inning. Only K so far tonight for Bard. Berry was 1 for 4 yesterday. Starts in center field again. He was called up on the 23rd of May. Made his major league debut that night. Sitting at .270 with the Toledo Mud Hens at the time of his call up to the major leagues. In the dirt, and it hits him. So hit batsman as Berry will go down to first, a walk and a hit batter, and just like that, Tigers have 2 on with 1 away here in the third inning.
Now Bard tries to snap off the breaking ball and gets a piece of Berry. So the walk, the hit batter, and a meeting at the mound between Gonzalez, Saltalamacchia, and Bard. Right off the foot, it looked like.
6th batter that Bard has hit this season. He gets a visit from his battery mate, and now working with 2 on and 1 out. Andy Dirks is coming up. The 6-hit batsman ties Bard for second American League in that category. Dirks batting for the second time. Singled in the first inning, only hit so far off Bard tonight. The Tigers have been bit by the injury bug a little bit as well. Austin Jackson with the ab strain. Placed on the DL May 17th. Of course, Al Albuquerque, the very good right-hand reliever, right elbow surgery on the 60-day DL. And of course, Victor Martinez also on the 60-day DL and likely lost for the season. Daniel Schlereth, the left-handed reliever that they had, all guys that performed last year in the postseason for them well. And Jim Leyland having to work without them at the moment. It's already the 7th season for Leyland as the manager of the Tigers. It's gone by quickly. That's a strike, and it's 2-1 now to Dirks.
You're right about that, Don. It has gone by quickly. You know, a guy that was out of the game for a while, got kind of burned out with baseball. And I remember talking to him one time in Cleveland, and he said, the only thing I really miss is, you know, from when the game starts till it ends. I miss that part of it, but the rest of it I don't. Talked back into coming back to the Tigers, and now his 7 years.
Was general manager Dave Dombrowski with him in Florida. They were together there, and of course together now with the Tigers. Enters tonight's game with 1,611 wins during his major league managerial career, 16th most all time in major league history. He is 8 wins shy of matching your former manager Ralph Houck, 15th most all time. This one is fouled off, 2-2.
I think Ralph Houck had some better teams to manage
For the Yankees, perhaps.
over the years than what Jimmy Leland has had.
One of 5 managers in Tigers history to register at least 500 victories with the team. With Sparky Anderson on top of that list with 1,331 wins. 2 on and 1 out here in the 3rd inning for Detroit. 2-2 to Andy Dirks. Full count. On deck, Miguel Cabrera as he's starting to get into the teeth of the Tigers order. Played second and no throw from Bard as Aviles cheats in behind Santiago. Well, for the best deals on great seats, visit aceticket.com or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. 2 on, 1 out here in the Tigers' 3rd inning. Andy Dirks waiting on a 3-2 pitch. Runners go, and it's a ground ball to first base. Gonzalez will take it himself to the bag for the out, but the runners move along. As Santiago takes 3rd base, Barry goes to 2nd on the ground out to 1st. So 2 in scoring position, you get Miguel Cabrera coming up. First time up, he had a little nubber right in front of the plate, and Jared Saltalamacchia hopped out, gunned him down at first base. Center fielder Scott Podsednik step or 2 towards right center for Cabrera to go the other way, but this guy makes contact in all different kinds of directions. Pitch is high, ball 1.
And we talked about that yesterday. When you look at the defense on him, it's pretty much straight up. Slightly shaded toward right field is Podsednik in the outfield, but everybody else straight up, and that's just the type of hitter he is. He'll use the whole ballpark.
On the corner at 95 that time for Bard. 1-1. Led the American League last year at 344, winning the batting title. 4-time National League All-Star with the Florida Marlins. 2-time American League All-Star with the Tigers. And a drive to right, struck well. Sweeney going back, twists around and makes the catch on the warning track. Sweeney makes the grab and really saves a couple of runs. Red Sox have a 1-0 lead through 2.5. By Eastern Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox television network. Tradition, history, and a commitment to everyone on our team. These are just a few of the things Eastern Bank is made of. Find out more at easternbank.com. Well, Sweeney, quite a night defensively tonight, as a couple of good plays.
Coming in on this one, going into the dive to make the catch, and then later on Cabrera with a couple of men in a scoring position. Spins the wrong way, but gets righted in time to make the catch. And some fan gets a souvenir.
Daniel Nava leads it off here for the Red Sox in the third inning. Led it off in the first and grounded out to third base. So his second look tonight at Justin Verlander. Verlander had to work pretty hard in the second inning through 21 pitches in the second inning and gave up a run in the inning. One. Nava lays off. He'll check, and he did lay off, says Jeff Nelson, third base umpire, and it's 2-1. Nava will take a hack, and the count evens at 2-2. Justin Verlander taken by the Tigers in the first round, second overall in June 2004. Selected to the American League All-Star squad 4 times during his career: 07, 09, 2010, and 2011. Just missed, and it's a full count. Took a little off at 95. Nava fouls off another. Nava will be followed by Ryan Sweeney and Adrian Gonzalez here in the third inning. So far, 2 hits with the Red Sox, double for Ortiz, single for Saltalamacchia. Boston with a 1-0 advantage. There's Ryan Sweeney. Inside ball 4, and down to first base goes Daniel Nava. Send it down to Jenny Dell.
Don, Justin Verlander has an impressive streak going, pitching at least 6 innings in his last 52 games. And something that separates him from his peers is his performance later in his outings.
I've always just naturally gotten stronger as the game goes along, and you know, it's just the adrenaline of the situation. It was a big spot in the game, and I made a decision that it's all I got, and here it is, hit it.
The last time the AL MVP and Cy Young Award winner didn't get at least 18 outs in a game was when he gave up 3 runs in 5 innings in a loss at the Yankees on August 17th, 2010. Don?
All right, Jenny, thanks very much. The numbers are staggering, but he's always been amazing. As he mentions, that kind of adrenaline that runs late in games for him, and the fact that he can throw harder than he does in the first 4 or 5 innings late in games. And a guy you sort of expect to be out there in the 9th inning. Most times he takes the hill.
And you know what? He sounds like a very pleasant guy, doesn't he?
He does.
Very well spoken. Seems like he really enjoys the job that he has.
0-2 pitch in the dirt. And Avila quickly getting it to advance at first for Nava. A lot on our plate tonight. Next half inning, WJAR's Frank Carpano will be here with us from Channel 10 in Providence. Aces on the DL. Orioles and Blue Jays playing tonight. We'll get you an update on that. No word on Ask Jerry yet.
It doesn't make the update. It kind of goes like on how the game goes.
Right.
You know, if it's a lousy game, we'll throw in a couple of Ask Jerry's. You know.
Right. If things are going along well and it's a tight, close game and people are watching, then we may not have it. But it's right now.
But all those things that we got coming up are much more important anyway.
Well, they're scheduled anyway. Ask Jerry is kind of a floating, fluid situation.
And it's not sponsored, I don't believe.
Oh. You think that has something to do with it? 2-2 is swing and a miss, and Sweeney strikes out. It's the third strikeout of the night for Verlander.
Verlander going to the changeup this time, down out of the strike zone, but of course when he's sitting there looking for 95 plus and you get that changeup, awful tough to lay off.
One out, one on. And Adrian Gonzalez grounded out to his counterpart at first base, Prince Fielder, in the first inning.
Now, you and I both did live shots tonight for WJAR.
Yes.
We were on live in Providence tonight.
Yes. You were at 5, I was at 6. Swing and a miss, and Gonzalez with a healthy cut at 95 miles an hour. We have a lot of new partnerships now. We have WBZ and WJAR. We're just adding. We have lots of friends.
A lot of people that like to speak with us.
Popped up. Peralta drifting back to shortstop. Few strides on the outfield grass. 2 down. For every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Sox earn a save, CVS Pharmacy will make a donation to Boston Children's Hospital towards their $25,000 donation this season. 2 down in the third inning. Daniel Nava at first base, and David Ortiz coming up for his second go around here against Justin Verlander. Doubled and scored in the second inning. Back in the second inning, he led off the second inning, and the Red Sox had not had a hit yet. After this, they got their first of the night as he rattles one out off the wall in left field. Wind has shifted here and is now blowing in. Wind kind of picking up, and you wonder if there's not some precipitation behind it.
Well, there's precipitation. I don't know where exactly it is right now, but there are supposed to be. So we're kind of like hung up between a warm front and a cold front.
Okay.
And that means a lot of thunderstorm activity. But you can notice the temperature dropping just over the last couple of minutes.
So what does that mean?
That's not good.
Wind picks up, temperature drops. That means stuff is coming.
It could be coming, but we don't know when. I mean, it could be. Oh, boy.
That's not good, is it?
It's not good. It's tilting. Oh, it's tilting.
So the tilting is bad. This is off Verlander. He will pick it up and flip to first. That was hit sharply and got him in the legs, it appeared. As it ends the inning, we played 3. Frank Carpano will be with us when we come back to Fenway Park. matchups. Red Sox continue this week's homestand against the Tigers tomorrow and Thursday. Next week, the action continues at Fenway Park. Red Sox battle the Orioles June 5th through the 7th. Get your tickets now for all these great matchups at redsox.com/tickets. Left fielder leading it off and taking strike one. Frank Carpano from Channel 10 WJAR joins us. Great to see you, Frank.
Nice to see you, Don. Thank you for having me. Jerry,
Frank,
good to see you. Very well, thank you. We're very excited about this partnership.
We are as well. And tonight we were on WJAR back in Providence, and excited to have you along with us tonight. And I know that over your long tenure, it's 1984 with Channel 10. That's unbelievable. Long time.
It's been a few years, but I tell you what, it has been a great stretch of sports and success in New England. When you think about what's happened the last dozen years between the Red Sox and the Patriots and the Bruins and the Celtics, it's been a great period of time to be a sportscaster in New England.
Well, you covered the World Series in 2004, and I know for us that certainly stands out as one of our highlights. I know it was for you as well.
It most certainly was, to be on the field when they right after the final out, and to be a part of that celebration, not only on the field but also in the stands with so many fans that decided to hang around and be a part of it. You know, that was as much a part of the story as what was going on the field.
Well, they're doing a little bit of everything: sports, news. You get to the whole ball of wax down there, don't you?
Yeah, variety is a good thing, Jerry.
Jerry's always wanted to dabble in news a little bit.
Is that right?
Well, I think he'd like to be an anchor.
a better weather guy, don't you think?
Well, I think he's very good at that. He's done that a few times.
What's that?
Weather.
Oh, yes.
He's done weather.
Yes. They have a board here with nothing on it.
The green screen.
You got to make it all up.
You got to make it all up.
Yeah.
Well, Frank, you've seen a lot of the Paw Sox come through as well. Of course, Pawtucket not far from Providence at all. And you get to see a lot of the guys before they arrive here at Fenway Park. I know Mo Vaughn was one of those guys that stuck out for you.
Oh, I remember when Mo arrived at Pawtucket. At the time, I was working at Channel 10, but I also had a restaurant in Seekonk. And the Paw Sox called and said, Mo would like to come over and talk to you about a job. And I thought that was kind of unusual. And he came over and he said, listen, if things don't work out, I'd like to have something to fall back on. I was wondering if you could maybe put me into a management training program. And I said, Mo, I think everything's going to be okay. But sure, you want to come over? We'd love to have you whenever you're here. And it was right at that point, I believe he split the season between Pawtucket and Boston, that he finally made it up to the big leagues, and we never heard from him again at the restaurant. But
things worked out all right for
Mo.
Mo.
Yeah, it did. Most certainly did.
2-2 to fielder is to short. It works out. Aviles, who's lined defensively perfectly, makes a nice play and retires fielder for the first out of the fourth inning. So one out in the fourth inning. How would you grade Jerry's performance tonight on WJAR? What'd you think?
Outstanding. Outstanding, because, he is a Channel 10 guy from way back.
Right.
Having grown up down in Somerset. And I know we count you as a Rhode Island guy, spending 5 years with the Pawtucket Red Sox and still live in Rhode Island. So you guys are one of ours from southern New England. And I thought he did great.
Okay, well, we'll be
talking to the hometown crowd.
That's good news.
It's good. We started off well.
I did better in Providence than Boston.
One out here in the fourth inning. Something I did not realize was that Tony C, I guess, at one point tried a little bit of TV. Is that right?
He began his sportscasting career at Channel 10 when he was trying to make his comeback. He was playing in Pawtucket, and then he started doing sportscasting at Channel 10 before eventually, I believe, moving to San Francisco. So, and at the time, he had a nightclub.
This is driven well to left and is high off the wall. Nava will play the cameraman. Stopping at first is Young. He's got to get back to the bag at first, and does. So a nice play out there to get it back in quickly. It's a very long single for Delman Young.
Yeah, that line drive was rising as it hit the top of the left field wall, and Delman Young thinking about two, but the ball hit so hard that Nava's able to play it off that wall, quickly get it back in, and keep Young at first base. But that ball was really crushed by Delman Young, who was not originally in the starting lineup. Then you see him put the brakes on and get back to first base.
One out, one on, and Brennan Bosch coming up. Flied out to right field first time up. Frank Carpano from Channel 10 in Providence joining us here, part of a new partnership with Nesson. We understand you'll be doing some things with Tom Cairn. Did you already do the pregame tonight?
Did the pregame show, got that out of the way. Now checking another thing off of my list of things that I've always wanted to do, to hang with you guys in the box. I like this.
Are you doing a live shot from here tonight for the 11 o'clock?
Actually, I'm heading back to Providence.
Going back to Providence?
Yep. So we'll be there tonight live at 11.
The 0-1 pitch is back towards the shortstop. Aviles. He will touch second. Fire to first for a double play that ends the inning. Frank, great to meet you and great to see you.
Great. Nice to see you, Don. Jerry, thank you very much. Looking forward to the partnership going forward.
Channel 10, part of the family here at Nesson. It's 1-0 Red Sox. It's a nonprofit children's organization. Thousands of kids have had the chance to catch a Sox game thanks to Dunkin' Donuts. Tonight we welcome members of the YMCA of the North Shore in Beverly, Massachusetts. Dunkin' Donuts committed to the community. Last half of the fourth inning at Fenway Park. Wind has picked up and then some as it is now gusting in the outfield left to right. As Kevin Youkilis leads it off here in the home half of the fourth inning. In there for strike one to Youkilis. Now, Jerry, when this rain starts, will it stop tonight or are we in for
it? It's eventually going to stop.
I mean tonight, though.
I couldn't exactly tell you when, but it will stop. I know it's supposed to be a beautiful weekend here, but we're not going to be here. We're going to be in Toronto.
Great.
Which is always nice anyway.
Yes.
Regardless of the weather, because you have the dome.
Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. I would say that it's coming, Jerry. Would you? I mean,
it has all the feel of it. It really does.
It is really breezy.
I'm glad Tom Caron got back to Nesson headquarters in the helicopter before this gust of wind.
I'm sure he's had a chance to have dinner. The 0-2 is to center field, and that'll get in for a base hit in front of Quentin Berry. So a leadoff single for Youkilis. Red Sox collect their third hit of the game.
Looks like the curveball that time. That time a little bit flat from Verlander, and Youkilis takes it up the middle for the base hit. He struck him out on a curveball back in the second inning, but that time hangs it a little bit, and Youkilis picks up the base hit. Now, see, you don't know what direction that thing's going in right now, and when you have, we have that camera angle of it, and it's swirling like that.
I've never seen it worse than that. Have you?
Yeah, I have. I have it.
Really?
Yes, I have done. But that is that's some dangerous stuff in the area. Now I don't know how far it is from here, but it's getting closer.
One on, nobody out. Jared Saltalamacchia with a swing and a miss. Red Sox really should forfeit their at-bats right here and let the Tigers bat so that this can be official. This is foul and it's I-Party. No matter the occasion, I-Party has the bases covered when it comes to having a good time. "0-2 is a swing and a miss, and Saltalamacchia strikes out. It's a fourth strikeout for Justin Verlander. 1 down.
4 strikeouts for Verlander, 2 on curveballs, 1 on a fastball, 1 on a changeup. Curveball that time in Saltalamacchia. A much better breaking ball than he threw to Kevin Youkilis to start this inning off.
Mike Aviles pops it up foul down the left field line. Wind will push it back into the seats.
Almost pushed it back onto the field of play.
Aviles grounding into a fielder's choice in the second inning. Youkilis to the leadoff single here in the fourth. Saltalamacchia strikes out, and here's an 0-1 pitch coming to Mike Aviles. This is a bloop. Out goes Peralta, but it's going to fall. Base hit for Aviles as Youkilis takes second base. Red Sox have 2 on with 1 out.
Well, Aviles in this game so far beat out a play at first base to get the Red Sox a run, and now gets jammed on a fastball, but bloops it into center field for the base hit. So a couple of base runners for the Sox with 1 out here in the 4th inning.
So 2 on, 1 out, and Scott Podsednik the batter. The lip of the grass now at third base is Miguel Cabrera. Sliced foul off to the left, out of play. "49th game of the year for the Red Sox. I'm not sure what to make of that, Jerry. The 1 pitch is inside.
I'm not sure either.
Looks a lot like the Bobby Valentine disguise that Bobby wore when he was with the Mets coming back onto the bench. I don't know.
That's what it could be, yeah.
I mean, it's definitely not their real look, right?
No.
Especially where the guy on the left is coming off. Pitches in the first strike. And it's 1-2. It's breezy here.
Hey, one thing, if the wind keeps up like this, there'll be mustaches and rugs flying all over Fenway Park.
Line into right. Stopping at third is Youkilis. And the bases are loaded. But Podsednik with a base hit, and the Red Sox have 3 hits in the inning. Youkilis was stopped at third base.
This ball hit very hard by Podsednik. It's a fastball inside and a rising line drive that gets up over the head of Santiago. Brendan Bosch right there picking it up. Youkilis just about getting to third base when he did make that play. I thought that's one that Royster was going to try to send him on, but I think when he saw Bosch pick it up and Youkilis not quite at third yet, he held him up.
One out, bases loaded, and Nick Punto with a chance here. Struck out swinging in the second inning. Tigers infield at double play depth right now. They are in tight at the corners, about halfway in the middle. There's ball 1 to Punto.
Something you don't see very often, Don, is that the base is loaded and Verlander working out of the windup. You know, with 1 out. It's a little more difficult to get that double play because that runner at first base can get those few extra steps.
1-0 will miss, and it is 2-0. I would imagine it's a comfort thing for Verlander, maybe.
Might be, and looking for the punch out.
Nicholas at third base, Aviles at second, Podsednik at first, 1 out. Punto will pop up, that'll be caught. Infield fly rule in effect. Peralta makes the catch, 2 down. So a big out there for Verlander. Time now for tonight's AT&T trivia question. Who are the only 2 pitchers to have more than 3 no-hitters? We'll have the answer for you a little bit later.
Well, you certainly know one of them.
Yes. Played behind one of them, right?
Yes, I did. And he almost had back-to-back no-hitters in 2 straight starts. Had one going into the 6th inning. And Henry Aaron broke it up with a base hit up the middle.
2 down, bases loaded. Daniel Nava, the batter. Nava grounded out in the first, walked in the third. Takes a hack at the first pitch. How about that? 98 sent up there by Verlander. One grand slam for Daniel Nava's first pitch he ever saw in the major leagues.
Touching 100 with the fastball on that last pitch was Verlander.
Adrenaline's going pretty good right now. Away, and it is 2-1. Single for Yuko, who started the inning. Saltalamacchia is struck out. Aviles with his single. Podsednik with his single to load the bases. Punto with a pop out to short. 2 down, bases loaded here in the 4th inning. Red Sox already on top, 1-0. Inside at 99, and it's 3-1. No place to put Daniel Nava.
It's amazing how he increases that velocity with men in scoring position like this.
Well, the 3rd batter this year Verlander is faced with the bases loaded. And a swing and a miss. High heat. An understatement. 99.
Yep, challenge time. The 3-1 count, going nothing but fastball at 99 miles an hour, and throws it by Daniel Nava.
Everybody moving. Bases loaded. 2 down in the inning. 3-2 pitch coming up. Nava lines it into left field. A base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Aviles. 2 runs are in. Here comes Podsednik. 3 runs are in. Bases clearing double for Daniel Nava, and the Red Sox jump out to a 4-0 lead.
What a great job there by Nava. Was ahead in the count. 3 balls, 1 strike. Swung through a fastball, gets another fastball at 100 miles an hour, a little bit lower, and takes it into left field to clear the bases. No problem for Podsednik scoring with this speed.
So Nava drives in 3 with his double to left field. Ryan Sweeney now stands in. 70th pitch of the outing for Verlander's in there for strike 1. This equals the most runs he has given up in an outing this season. And he's not out of the 4th inning yet. Sweeney has popped out to third and struck out swinging. Outside corner, strike two. Inside, 2-2. On deck is Adrian Gonzalez. Red Sox have sent 7 men to bat so far here in the 4th inning. 3 of them have scored. Strike 3 call. Got him on the breaking ball that ends the inning with the damage done. Red Sox scored 3 times thanks to Daniel Nava. 4-0 Boston. Eastern Bank, listening, guiding, and being there for kids in need. That's what Eastern Bank and Adrian and Betsy Gonzalez are made of, which is why we've teamed up to support youth mentoring programs throughout Massachusetts. Find out more. Go to easternbank.com/Adrian. Daniel Nava has driven in 3 runs with his double. The Red Sox have a 4-0 advantage as we head to inning number 5. And leading it off for the Tigers is Alex Avila. Avila flying out to the warning track in center field in the 2nd inning. A ball tracked down by Scott Podsednik. In there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Only 2 hits allowed tonight by Bart. A single for Andy Dirks in the 1st inning. A single for Delman Young in the 4th inning. 1-1 is inside, 2-1. Bart has walked a batter and hit a batter through the first 4 innings. Has 1 strikeout. Started the game by striking out Quentin Berry back in the 1st. Top foul, 2-2. Johnny Peralta waiting on deck, then Ramon Santiago scheduled to bat here in the 5th inning for Detroit. Down and in, 3-2. Getting a victory last time out against Baltimore. He's won 2 of his last 3 outings, in fact. The Cleveland at home, he did lose at Philadelphia, and then won last time out at Baltimore. Swing and a miss, 93 miles an hour, and he strikes out Avila. Second strikeout for Bard, 1 down.
And both strikeouts for Bard tonight coming on the fastball. Berry to start the game off, and now a good two-seam fastball away from Avila to pick up his second strikeout.
Here's Johnny Peralta, flied out to right field in the 3rd inning, 0 for 1. Slider in there for strike 1. In the air to right center field, struck pretty well on the run as Podsednik gets back towards the bullpen and into it. A home run. Ball carried very well for Peralta, and he homers to get the Tigers on the board. His 4th home run of the season, and Detroit gets their first run of the game.
When that ball left the bat, I thought Podsednik may have had a chance to run that down, but it just kept getting pushed and pushed toward the Red Sox bullpen. Seemed like it got up in that jet stream and just kept going and going and going.
3rd straight game that Daniel Bard has allowed a home run. Breeze is a gust right now here at Fenway Park. 1 out. And Ramon Santiago, the batter. He walked in the 3rd inning, number 9 man, as he is ahead again, 2-0. Three and 0. 7 pitches to Santiago from Bard, and they've all been balls so far. Make it 8 pitches in a row to Santiago. Let's send it down to Jenny Dell.
Don, the Boston Red Sox and the Red Sox Foundation teamed up with Abco Records to create the album 100-Year Anniversary of Fenway Park. And Grammy-nominated guitarist John Butcher performed the national anthem today and also is highlighted on the album.
It's really something to be part of history. You really feel it. You can feel it on your hands, and you can smell it. And I think it's wonderful to be a part of that. I'm honored to be included in both the CD and this wonderful honor of playing the national anthem, so I'm pretty jazzed.
The 100-year anniversary of Fenway Park album is comprised of contemporary recordings of songs that are fan favorites traditionally heard at Fenway and that are associated with iconic Boston bands. A portion of the proceeds of this album benefits the Red Sox Scholar Program, which will provide 220 Boston students college scholarships. Hey, Jerry, I hear you have a song on the CD. Take me out to the ball game?
Yes, I do, Jenny, and recorded that down in Florida during spring training, and they did a lot of work to that, Don, to make it sound decent.
They doctored it a little bit?
Yes, they did. It's kind of weird being in a sound studio, you know, making music.
Mm-hmm. Went out Santiago at first base, and Berry, the batter, swings at the 1-1 and fouls it back.
It's amazing the creative feel you get when you're in a studio like that. You just want to write and you want to sing, you know, it's because they make you sound so good.
Right. You think you can.
And then when you hear it, you're really not very good at all.
But it feels good. You know, you're in the studio.
You just feel good. Yeah.
Right side, Punto plays. The hop goes to second quickly, and that's all they'll get. It's coming in hard with Santiago. Avila's able to get himself, for the most part, out of the way. And there are 2 outs now here in the 5th inning.
Santiago able to get a foot on Avilas right there and throw any kind of timing off on a throw to first base. But I don't believe they would have had a double play anyway. You can see that run across in the first base bag, and little chance for a double play even without a takeout slide.
So 2 down, Berry at first base, and Andy Dirks is the batter. He's 1 for 2, singled in the first inning, grounded out in the third. Through the right side and into right field, a base hit. Stopping at second base is Berry. Dirks has got his second hit of the game against Daniel Bard.
Not waiting around, jumping on that first fastball from Bond and pulling it between the hole at first and second. Want to shut off the jam right here. You got 4 runs against Verlander in this ball game, and the Tigers have answered with 1.
It looks like some activity now in the Red Sox pen. Bobby Valentine just off the phone. First and second, 2 down, as Matt Albers is going to start to warm up. Miguel Cabrera wraps it foul. Good jam. Cabrera has grounded out and flied out to right field. Good running catch by Ryan Sweeney on the warning track in the right field corner. With 2 men and running in scoring position. As Cabrera backs out, checks the count again, 0-1. There is action of the Tigers pen also. Joaquin Benoit is warming up for Detroit. 74 pitches for Verlander so far tonight through 4 innings. So that seems a little unusual that Benoit would be warming up. Perhaps something wrong with Verlander. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Just got that one by him at 94. 0-2.
Like Bard dropped down a little bit to the side that time. More of a 3/4 delivery, and a little cut on that fastball as he got it by Cabrera.
Verlander's still in the dugout. In the dirt and collected by Saltalamacchia. No advance for the runners.
Bard trying to put Cabrera away with the slider. Saltalamacchia. Ooh. Tough place to block it.
Berry at second base with good speed. Dirks at first base. 2 down here for the Tigers. They've got a run here in the 5th inning. A home run by Peralta off Daniel Bard. Bard wants to talk to Saltalamacchia, so calls him out. Gives us a chance to check out the answer to tonight's AT&T trivia question. Who are the only 2 pitchers to have more than 3 no-hitters? And the answer, Nolan Ryan and Sandy Koufax. Ryan had 7 career no-hitters, the most all time, while Koufax had 4. Ryan's 7th and final no-hitter came in 1991, his 25th season at age 44. Even more remarkable, he took a no-hitter into the 7th 24 other times. 1-2. Missing for ball 2, 2-2. One of Koufax's 4 was a perfect game. There have been a total of 5 players with at least 3 no-hitters besides Ryan and Koufax. Larry Corcoran, Bob Feller, and Cy Young. Justin Verlander came within 2 outs 2 starts ago against Pittsburgh. Would have been his 3rd career no-hitter. His 2nd came in his last start against the Blue Jays last April. This is down the right field line. Sweeney running over towards the seats. He won't have a play. This will be the 80th pitch for Bard as Valentine back on the phone again. Albers has been warming in the pen. Two pitch coming up to Cabrera. Outside. Yeah, it's a full count.
Outside and not by very much. Just missing the outside corner.
Pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. 4 2/3, 4 hits so far, 1 run. The home run by Peralta in this inning. 2 walks, 2 Ks for Bard. Here's a 3-2 pitch with the runners going. And Bard bluffs off the backside of the mound. With 2 men on, Bard dealing with one of the game's best hitters, Miguel Cabrera. 344 average last year, winning the batting title. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Bard struck him out. Big strikeout for Bard, his 3rd. Tigers get a run. It's 4-1 Red Sox. Kettle One honorable moment. And what many consider to be the greatest moment in Fenway Park's history. Dave Roberts stole second off Mariano Rivera in Game 4 of the 2004 ALCS before he even threw a pitch to Bill Miller in the bottom of the 9th inning. 1 pitch later, Miller singled home Roberts to tie the game, and David Ortiz won it in the 12th with a home run off Paul Quantrill. Tonight's honorable moment is brought to you by Kettle One. And before the ball game tonight, one of the great moments at Fenway Park, Kevin Millar's walk was honored. Of course, it was Millar who got on and was pinch run for by Dave Roberts. A swing and a miss for Adrian Gonzalez. It's a ball and a strike to begin things here in the bottom of the 5th. Justin Verlander back on the mound here for the Tigers to begin things in the 5th inning. Line into center field. Verlander ducking for cover. That came back where it came from. And in a hurry. First hit of the night for Adrian Gonzalez.
Gonzalez gets the breaking ball from Verlander, shoots it right up over his head, up the middle for the base hit. Gonzalez now has 2 career hits off Verlander. One of those a home run.
Rich Hill now warming in the Red Sox pen. Albers had been up last inning, but it is Hill now as David Ortiz stands in, 1 for 2 tonight. Strike one. David didn't think so. He thought it was low. Verlander has given up 7 hits in the game. That ties a season high as well. Red Sox have spread it out. Nobody has got 2 yet in the game. The biggest hit so far, bases clearing double by Daniel Nava in the 4th inning. Scored 3, and the Red Sox have a 4-1 advantage. Tigers getting a run back in the top half of this inning. This is laced into left center field. A gapper to the track on the wall. Adrian Gonzalez heads for third base, and Royster's going to send him around. Throw from center field to the plate is going to be offline. Throw to third is going to be in time. David Ortiz thrown out there, but the Red Sox take a 5-1 lead as Big Papi drives in Adrian Gonzalez.
Now David Ortiz gets that breaking ball, and he takes a nice inside-out swing to the opposite field. Ortiz getting a little over-anxious, though, as he sees this cutoff come in from Peralta and decides he wants to go to third base, and he's going to be out by quite a bit at third base. Never really did reach it after the slide.
Well, 8 hits allowed by Verlander in the game. It's a season high. Most earned runs he has allowed in an outing as well. 5 here tonight. 1 out in the 5th for Kevin Youkilis, who looks at ball 1 outside. That's a strike, and it's 1-1. So Justin Verlander proving that he is human tonight. Red Sox have gotten to him. Now for 5 runs on 8 hits through 4 1/3 innings. Youkilis with a swing and a miss. 95 on the fastball. 1-2. One in the 2nd inning, 3 in the 4th, and 1 so far here in the 5th. Youkilis now, Saltalamacchia next. Red Sox batting in the 5th. Youkilis grounds it to third base. Miguel Cabrera's throw, and plenty of time. 2 down here in the 5th inning. Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Eastern Bank. At Eastern Bank, remain of historic milestones, and now our home team has reached one of its own. Congratulations on this special anniversary from one Boston institution to another. 2 down here in the 5th inning. Base is empty, and Jared Saltalamacchia coming up. He singled to left field in the 2nd inning. Struck out swinging in the 4th inning. To third base, tough spin. Cabrera's got it. The throw is going to be picked at first base by fielder, and it ends the inning. That's play on both sides, as it turns out. Red Sox get a run, take a 5-1 lead at the end of 5. the Walking Club and start your own walking program for better health. Need some inspiration? Check out their new music video featuring one of our very own Red Sox stars. Find out which one at bidmc.org/walking. It's 5-1. Red Sox have the lead as Daniel Bard works into the 6th. And tonight, Bard with 3 strikeouts, able to get Berry in the first inning. He strikes out Avila in the 5th, and then a big strikeout of Miguel Cabrera with 2 on in the 5th inning. So 3 Ks tonight for Bard. He has walked 2 and has a 5-1 lead into the 6th. Prince Fielder takes ball 1. Fielder has grounded out to shortstop twice. Both times ably handled by Mike Aviles.
Prince Fielder with a very nice play over at first base. Cabrera backing up. The backhanded play at first by Fielder while keeping contact with the bag to pick up the final out of that inning for Verlander. Good change up there by Bard. 1-1 count. Bard goes to the changeup. Keeps it away from Prince Fielder.
Tomorrow morning on 93.7 FM WEI and Nesson. Don't miss Dennis and Callahan. Red Sox President Larry Lucchino will be on live. He has a special announcement to make that you won't want to miss. It's all coming up tomorrow morning starting at 6 right here on Nesson. 93.7 FM WEI. Fielder, look out. Late swing drilled into the seats.
Some concern down that third baseline as someone got hit with that foul ball, but apparently okay.
So 1-2 here to Prince Fielder. In the air to deep right field. A ball that is crushed and very gone. Beyond the bullpen in right field into the bleachers for Fielder. His 8th home run of the year. And the Tigers get their second home run off Bard tonight.
Well, he got Prince Fielder to swing at a changeup earlier in that at bat. That was away, but this one stays out over the plate. And Prince Fielder takes it over the Tiger bullpen. There's the changeup that stays up in the zone above the belt. And Fielder continues his torrid pace.
3rd home run that he has hit against the Red Sox already this season. As a pitch in there for strike 1 to Delman Young. This one fouled off 0-2. Fielder, after the home run, went over to the seats where the fan was struck. Of course, the fan was taken away by medical staff here at Fenway Park, but he was checking in on that fan as he headed over after that home run. Of course, it was his check swing foul ball that did go into about the 2nd or 3rd row. 0-2 pitch is fouled off the first base side this time, and Fielder checking that general area on that fan. Of course, the fan had left. A 2 pitch to Delman Young. Inside and high, 1-2. 2 solo shots now for the Tigers in the game. Peralta in the 5th. Fielder here in the 6th inning. Bard up to 92 pitches. And yanks that one in the dirt. Action continues in the pen. Rich Hill is ready to go. Should he go in his direction? Young, still just 26 years old. Seems like he's been around a long time. Only 26. Swing and a miss, and Bard strikes him out. 4th strikeout for Bard, and there's one down in the 6th inning.
That Bard coming in with that fastball Young didn't know what to do. Swing at it or get out of the way. Decides the swing really got tied up, and out comes Bobby Valentine. Looks like to make a switch.
So Bard ending on a positive note as he strikes out Delman Young, and that'll be the night for Bard. Leads with a 5-2 lead. Rich Hill will be in when we come back.
Insurance is not just how you're covered, it's how you treat it. A 6-pitch at bat for Daniel Nava, very big at bat in this ball game. First pitch for a strike, next one inside, breaking ball away from Verlander. Runs to count to 3-1. Nava swings and misses, and then a 100-mile-an-hour fastball goes to left field to drive in 3 runs.
5-2 Red Sox have the lead with 1 out here in the 6th inning. This call to the bullpen brought to you by New England Ford dealers. Rich Hill comes into the game for Boston. 14th appearance, 1-0 with a 1.74 earned run average. Opponents hitting at just 143 against Hill. That'll get in there for a strike to Brennan Bosch. Bosch 0 for 2. He's flied to right and grounded into a double play. Every day Scott Atchison up in the pen. He's been incredibly reliable and has already logged a bunch of innings for the Red Sox. He's warming again. Bard done after 5 1/3. He may have 5 hits, 2 runs, walked 2, and struck out 4. Chance for his 5th win of the year. Would be individually back to the 500 mark. 4 and 5 coming into tonight's outing. Chopped right side. It is Gonzalez going to need help. Hill is there. Gets the foot down. He just did get it in. Had to catch the ball first, then find the bag. He did it all. 2 down.
Yeah, a little bit of a juggling act at first base by Rich Hill, but he does finally grab that bag. There's the lead. Didn't get it on the first swipe, got it on the second swipe before Bosch could get there.
So 2 down here in the 6th inning, and it brings up Alex Avila. Flied out to the warning track in the 2nd inning in center field and struck out swinging in the 5th. This one lined into the seats.
Getting dangerous down that third base line tonight. Fortunately, nobody hurt on that one.
Outside 1-1 to Avila. Next half inning will get you caught up on the White Sox-Rays game going on. Pitch missing inside. It's 2-1. Alex Avila, 25 years old. All-star last year for the Tigers. Batting with 2 down, bases empty here in the 6th inning. He's outside 3-1. 11 of 13 appearances have been scoreless for Rich Hill. And 10 of the 13 have been hitless. 7 have been perfect for Hill in these 13 appearances. There's ball 4, and down to first base goes Avila. He sent it down to Jenny Dell.
Don, it's time now for MLB News and Notes, which is brought to you by Nissan. A lot of injury news today. Roy Halladay is expected to miss 6 to 8 weeks with a strained right shoulder. He was removed from his start on Sunday after just 2 innings. And the Angels have placed Jared Weaver on the 15-day DL with a lower back strain. He left last night's start in the 1st inning. And a freak accident had the Brewers' Jonathan Lucroy out for action for 4 to 6 weeks. He actually broke his hand when a suitcase fell on it in his Los Angeles hotel. Don?
All right, thank you very much, Jenny. As Rich Hill will be replaced, the Red Sox will make a change. Scott Atchison coming in will step aside with the pitching change from Fenway Park. 5-2, Red Sox have the lead in the game as Scott Atchison becomes the third arm used today by Bobby Valentine. His 20th appearance, 1-0 with a 0.93 earned run average, 29 innings already, 24 strikeouts, 6 walks, and opponents sitting at 194. Atchison leading the American League with 29 innings of relief already. This is lined to center field, and that'll get in for a base hit. As Avila takes second base on Peralta's second hit of the game.
First hit a home run back in the 5th inning. That was on a fastball. Peralta line shot to center field to pick up his second hit, also on a fastball from Atchison.
More action for the Red Sox in their pen as Andrew Miller is now up in the pen. Already seen Hill, who was responsible for the runner at second. Now Atchison gave up a single to Peralta. Here is Ramon Santiago as he takes the first strike that he has seen tonight. Walked twice on 8 pitches from Daniel Bard. The 0-1 pitch is popped up, shallow right center field. Out goes Punto, and he makes the catch that ends the inning. So Atchison getting out of a jam. Per usual, 5-2, Red Sox have the lead.
Opportunities to dine, play, thrill, relax, and of course, win. When you're here, you can be anyone. Foxwoods, anything but ordinary.
5-2, Red Sox have the lead as Prince Fielder goes deep to get the Tigers their second run. So on to the bottom of the 6th inning, a 21-minute wait for Justin Verlander as he returns to the mound. Here is pitch 88 of his night, and big swing and a miss for Mike Aviles. Aviles with a single in this game. Also has an RBI and a ground out in the 2nd inning. The 1 is a fly ball to center field. Quentin Berry, center fielder, is there, and he makes the catch for the first out. Let's check back in with Jenny.
Don, in yesterday's 7-4 Red Sox win, Scott Atchison threw 2 scoreless innings, striking out 4. He hasn't allowed a run in 12 straight outings. That's a career high.
Try not to really think about what I'm doing necessarily, just going out there and keeping the same approach and throwing strikes. And like I said, tonight Salty did great. We had him off balance pretty good. I feel like, and he was doing a good job of keeping that. You know, we were able to mix in the fastballs when I think they were looking for maybe waiting on the cutter. But, you know, it's been a good stretch and just hopefully can keep it going.
Coming into tonight's game, his 17 1/3 shutout frames marked the longest scoreless inning streak for a Red Sox pitcher this year, and Jerry, the longest active stretch in the majors.
Now, we kind of highlighted Atchison in the open tonight, you know, the unsung hero really of the bullpen. And you think about this guy a year ago going back and forth from AAA to the big leagues, and now really a go-to guy in the Red Sox bullpen.
Line down the right field line. But Sednick, who can run, is thinking two at least, as digging it out is Bosch, and easily into second base goes Podsednik. A one-out double, his second hit of the night.
Been on base 3 times, once with an error, once with a base hit, now with a double. It's a changeup. Down at the bottom of the strike zone, Podsednik goes down and gets it, and easily has himself the 2-base hit with 1 out here in the 6th inning.
So 1 out, runner at second base. Nick Punto coming up. Punto 0 for 2 in the game. He struck out swinging in the 2nd inning, popped out to short in the 4th. There's strike 1 from Verlander. Mentioned the long wait, 21-minute wait for Verlander. Joaquin Benoit had been up earlier, and now it is Brian Villarreal and Dwayne Belo warming in the pen for the Tigers. Line off Verlander's glove to short. Peralta has no play. Diving in head first is Punto. And himself a base hit. No advance for Podsednik.
Change up again here, and you'll see the line drive get a piece of the glove of Verlander. He almost had it, but it was toward the fingers part of the glove instead of the webbing part of the glove, and Punto, not knowing if there was going to be a throw to first base, goes in diving first.
Pitching line brought to you by Lexus for Justin Verlander. 5 1/3, 10 hits, 5 runs, walk, and 5 Ks. 94 pitchers deep into his outing. Dealing with the top of the Red Sox order, Daniel Nava. Nava coming up with a big bases clearing double with the bases loaded in the 4th inning.
Yeah, so far that's been the hit of the game for the Red Sox.
Let's grab 2 hands.
2 hands. We're seeing more and more two-handed catches around Fenway recently. Excellent fundamentals.
We're going to go back to September 10th of 2010 to find a game in which Verlander gave up 10 hits. And he has given up 10 here tonight against the Red Sox, 2 in this inning with 1 out in the 6th. It was 41 starts in between allowing 10 hits in an outing. Outside 1-2. Sednick at second base, Punto at first base, 1 out in the 6th inning. 1-2 coming to Daniel Nava. 2-2.
I don't think Verlander's breaking ball tonight has been quite as good as we've seen it in the past.
Fouled off to the left, out of play. Five runs on 10 hits, no errors for the Red Sox. 2 runs on 6 hits and an error for the Tigers. Both the Tigers runs coming on home runs. Johnny Peralta's got a home run. Prince Fielder a home run. Nava slicing it foul again. 98. So Verlander's still throwing hard here, as he is now throwing an even 100 pitches. His high is 131 pitches. Swing and a miss. This time he gets the better of Nava, striking him out. 6 strikeouts in the game for Verlander. 2 down. It's time for a game break in. Tom Caron, TC. Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Here at Fenway Park, Red Sox have a 5-2 lead over the Tigers. There's the pitch in there for a strike to Sweeney. Tampa Bay, you just saw, they start the day at 29-20 in a tie atop the American League East with the Orioles. And it is amazing how bunched up the entire American League East really is. Red Sox, who have been in last place and have not yet gone up over 500, still are only 4.5 games out of first place in the division, despite all of that.
And if this stays the way it is tonight, could pick up a game, because right now Baltimore trailing 8-4 in the 7th inning to Toronto.
And then, of course, the second wild card is in play this year. So here's an 0-2 pitch coming up to Ryan Sweeney. Inside, 1-2. 98 from Verlander, up over 100 pitches. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. 7 strikeouts for Verlander. Red Sox strand a pair. Played 6. 5-2 Boston. Red Sox first pitch join us for Red Sox Game Day Live, presented by Uno's with TC, Peter, and Jenny at 6:30. Then preview John Lester's start as he takes him out against the Detroit Tigers for the second time this season. Must have faced the Tigers in the season opener, allowing 1 run on 6 hits while striking out 4 in 7 innings pitched, but did not factor in the decision. Live coverage begins tomorrow at 6 right here on NESN. Battery change for the Red Sox. Kelly Shopik into the game to do the catching here in the 7th inning. The new pitcher is Andrew Miller. His 11th appearance, 1-0 with a 1.86 earned run average. 12 Ks to 2 walks, and opponents hitting at 129 against Miller. As Matt Albers, who had been up first in the Red Sox pen in tonight's game, is back up again. So Saltalamacchia coming out of the game for some reason tonight. Jared had been 1 for 3. Look out. Showing bunt to begin the inning is Barry, and he almost got hit. Barry has struck out, been hit by a pitch, and reached on a fielder's choice. Once it foul, 1-1.
Trying to deaden that ball down the third base line. That's a little bit tough to do when you're facing a guy like Miller who throws that hard. Looks like he wanted to go down Euclid's way. But that fastball inside, not a good pitch to try to bunt down at third base. Or bunt any base.
Swinging away now, and he's down 1-2. Fastball from Andrew Miller. Deck is Andy Dirks, and we'll see Miguel Cabrera scheduled here in the Tigers' 7th inning. For over 100 years, Gulf Oil and the Boston Red Sox have been proud to be part of American history. Moving forward, Gulf is thrilled to serve as the official electricity supplier to Fenway Park as it celebrates its 100th birthday. From one legend to another, congratulations. Pitch fouled off to the left, 1-2. Jared Saltalamacchia leaves this game feeling ill and left the game as a precautionary move by the Red Sox.
Wasn't it just a few days ago he had to be hydrated?
Yes.
One is still having effects from that.
Swing and a miss. Barry chases and strikes out. 1 down in the 7th inning.
Did not look very good that time on the breaking ball from Andrew Miller. Backside not there.
So 1 out in the 7th inning, and it brings up Andy Dirks, who has 2 hits tonight. He joins Johnny Peralta, who also has 2 hits in the game. Tigers have Phil Koch now, left-hander, up along with Dwayne Belo, both lefties warming in the pen. Red Sox have Gonzalez and Ortiz leading off in the bottom half of the inning. It appears Verlander is done for the night. In the Red Sox pen, Vicente Padilla warming up. Already seen Hill, Atchison, Miller. And we've seen Albers warm up on at least 2 occasions. It's ground ball right side. Nick Punto at second. 2 down in the 7th. Watch Boston Sports Live, a live interactive sports show hosted by Chris Gasper 3 times a week at noon on Boston.com. 2 down here in the 7th inning, and it brings up Miguel Cabrera. Andrew Miller facing Cabrera. They were part of the same trade, with Cabrera going to Detroit and, of course, Miller going from the Tigers to the Marlins. Dontrelle Willis was part of that deal also, as the pitch misses for ball 1 from Miller. Deal was in December of 07. 1-0 pitch is lined down the right field line. It is a fair ball. Jumps up into the seats. It'll be a ground rule double. So Cabrera's got his first hit. It's a 2-out double.
As we mentioned, Cabrera goes line to line, this time going to the right field line, just barely in fair territory, and bouncing up into the stands for the double. Just on the fair side of that chalk down the first base line, and a little battle for the baseball.
There is Prince Fielder. Take strike one. Straightened up fielder and got in there for a strike. He homered in the 6th inning, his 8th home run of the year. 8th home run in a Tigers uniform. So Bard went 5 1/3, giving up the 2 runs the Tigers have. Hill went a third. Atchison going a third. Miller has gone 2/3 so far here in the 7th inning. And a swing and a miss. 1-2.
So far, all breaking balls to Prince Fielder. And a very good one right there from Miller.
Shopping out to talk to Miller. Covidien, a global healthcare products company, is a proud sponsor of the Red Sox Foundation, helping to address health needs in our communities. One-two is lined into right center field, a base hit. Cabrera being waved around. He'll score as the Tigers inch closer. Fielder driving in his 2nd run of the game. It's now 5-3. Red Sox on top.
Well, a breaking ball again, but this time it stayed up in the zone, and Prince Fielder able to take it into center field for the base hit. Watch the location of that breaking ball. Up in. Miller knew he made a mistake, and Prince Fielder makes him pay for it with the base hit. And it looks like a kill time meeting right here between Gonzalez, Shopik, and Miller. Padilla still throwing down in the bullpen for the Red Sox, with Young coming to the plate.
Coming up immediately following the game, stay with us for WB Mason's Red Sox Extra Innings Live with TC, Peter, and Jenny. You'll get a breakdown of Daniel Bard's start tonight. And here is post-game comments, plus manager Bobby Valentine will offer his thoughts on Game 2 of the series from the Fenway interview room. It's all coming up after the game, only on NESN. As you thought, Jerry, they were wasting time. They've got their man now coming in. Padilla, 5-3. Red Sox have the lead. by Ryan Sweeney, the right fielder for the Red Sox, going into the slide to make this catch back in the second inning. Daniel Nava with the bases loaded in the fourth inning with a double to clear the bases. Red Sox at that time had a 4-0 advantage. But the Tigers have not gone quietly at all, as they have had 2 home runs in the game, and includes the home run by Prince Fielder last in the 6th inning. They have added a run so far here in the 7th. It's now 5-3, and this one glancing off the face mask of Kelly Shopik. Vicente Padilla into the game, becomes the 5th Red Sox pitcher of the night. His 20th appearance, 1-0, 5.40 earned run average, 21 strikeouts in 20 innings. Delman Young batting with Prince Fielder at first base and 2 down.
And I don't think they're going to pick off Prince Fielder over at first base. He's got a lead that's about a foot.
Coming up, we'll get you a Nessie daily update. One is blooped to second, and Punto there to make the catch that ends the inning. So Padilla getting out of any further trouble. It's 5-3 Red Sox 7th inning stretch. Let's check in. You need to know with Nesson Daily, presented by Eastern Bank. At Eastern Bank, we're made of free checking that's got nothing to hide, which means no fees or any other types of curveballs. Check out what else we're made of at easternbank.com. Never a good sign when they take the cover off the tarp, and they have done that here in preparation for apparently what is nearby. 5-3. Red Sox have the lead over the Tigers as Verlander done after 6 innings tonight. Dwayne Belo comes into the game, his 14th appearance. 2-1 with a 2.45 earned run average. Opponent sitting at 208 against him. Strikeouts, 19 of them, only 3 walks. Adrian Gonzalez, David Ortiz, Kevin Youkilis anticipated in the inning. There is ball 1 inside. That's a strike, 1-1. So an unusual night tonight for Justin Verlander as he goes 6 innings, 10 hits, gives up 5 runs. He walked a batter, struck out 7. It's the most earned runs he's given up this season, the most hits he's given up in the last 2 years. 1-1 is on the ground to short, right at Peralta. And Gonzalez is retired. It's time for another game break and Tom Caron. TC. Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Back here at Fenway Park, 5-3. Red Sox have the lead over the Tigers as they bat here in the bottom of the 7th. 1 out. David Ortiz, 2 for 3 in the game, fouls it off. As part of that Orioles Blue Jays game tonight, Adam Jones has extended his hitting streak to 20 games now.
He's had a terrific season, Adam Jones, up to this point. Also has 14 home runs on the year.
A 1-pitch, a check swing, foul, 0-2. And of course, Adam Jones signing an extension with the Orioles. Going to be in Baltimore now for a long time. Two is outside, 1-2. For Belo, he picked up his first major league win against the Red Sox back on April 7th and went 2 1/3 scoreless innings. Ortiz to deep left field, up towards the monster seats and gone. David Ortiz with his 11th home run of the year puts the Red Sox on top 6-3.
I tell you, we've seen David Ortiz for many, many years. I don't think I have ever seen him use left field as well as he has so far this season. Ortiz knew he had it good. The question was, it going to be high enough to get up over the wall? And the answer is yes.
Well, David Ortiz getting his 11th home run of the year. Hess and Hess Express are proud sponsors of the Red Sox and the Red Sox on Nesson. During the 2012 season, Hess and Hess Express will donate $500 to the Pediatric Trauma Program at Children's Hospital Boston for every Red Sox home run. Hess and Hess Express committed to helping the cause. With that home run, he ties Johnny Bench for 55th all-time at 389. Greg Nettles is up next at 390. That gives the Red Sox a 3-run pad once again. On top here, 6-3 as Dwayne Belo faces the 2 lefties, and with Euclid coming up, the Tigers make another change. So Belo going a third of an inning, giving up a hit and a run, the home run. Well, earlier tonight, the Red Sox paid honor to their walk-off hero here at Fenway Park, what they do every night here in the 4th inning at Fenway.
Red Sox walk-off win. Tonight, we greet a service member who has been in the Coast Guard for 9 years. He's been the recipient of the Commandant's Letter of Commendation and the Coast Guard Achievement Medal. Please welcome Machinery Technician Second Class Caleb DeGard. Thank you, Machinery Technician DeGard, for joining us this evening.
So it is 6-3. The Red Sox have the lead over the Tigers. 1 out here in the 7th inning, and Kevin Euclid to face the new pitcher. Ryan Villarreal into the game here for the Tigers, their third pitcher of the night. And there is strike one. Nicholas a single in the fourth inning, came around to score the Red Sox second run.
Villarreal also a hard thrower. First two fastballs, 97, 98 miles an hour.
Hasn't given up a run in 7 1/3 innings, 9 Ks, 3 walks. Called from AAA on May 17th. That's in there as Euclid was trying to duck out of the way. 1-2.
Slider that comes inside and apparently picks up the inside corner. You're right. Had Euclid jumping out of the way.
Two balls, 2 strikes. It's already been 3 stints in the big leagues for Villarreal. Up from Toledo as Kelly Shopik waits on deck for his first at bat of the night. Took over defensively for Saltalamacchia last inning. Euclid strikes out, and he's got some stuff to say to Bill Welke. He thought it was down. 2 down in the inning.
I think when we see this on the Amica pitch zone, it may look like a good pitch. Let's take another look. Villarreal with that fastball right at the bottom of the strike zone. I think Euclid's upset with a couple of pitches in that at bat. The breaking ball on the inside part of the plate, and then that last fastball, which appeared to be a strike.
2 down here in the 7th inning. Kelly Shopik, 288, 2 homers, 8 runs batted in. Saltalamacchia leaving the game for precautionary reasons as feeling under the weather tonight as he caught the first 6 innings. One of the games that Shopik has played, and it seems like it has been less playing time for him lately. Saltalamacchia going on a pretty good run of games. Last 9 games Shopik has been, and he's hit a .346. Foul tip, and it's 1-1. Inside ball 2, 2-1. On deck, Mike Aviles. Red Sox batting here in the 7th inning. 2 outs, nobody on, a run in. On the 11th home run of the year for David Ortiz. Just outside, 3-1. Villarreal wanted that outside corner. Going back out again. This is low and away at 98. Down to first goes Shopik with a 2-out walk. This is the second walk given up tonight by a Tigers pitching. And it brings up Mike Aviles. Aviles reaching on a fielder's choice in the 2nd, picked up an RBI, singled, and scored in the 4th inning, then flied out to center field in the 6th inning. Center fielder Barry a little bit towards right center for Aviles to go the other way.
And Brendan Bosch very shallow out in right field.
2-0. Villarreal throwing hard but missing the mark mostly outside. And now here comes Jeff Jones, the pitching coach. It's time now for a look at the road ahead, brought to you by Safeco Insurance. Tomorrow, Game 3 of the series, Sox will take on the Tigers rookie Drew Smiley. Smiley got off to a good start, posting a 1.59 ERA over his first 6 starts this season, but he has struggled recently. ERA over 6 in his last 3 starts and has failed to make it past the 5th inning in any of those outings. Live coverage begins tomorrow at 6 with Red Sox first pitch. Kelly shopping at first base, 2 down here in the 7th inning. Mike Aviles waiting on a 2-0 pitch from Brian Villarreal. That's on the corner, 2-1. Half-hearted swing that time by Aviles, and he foul-tipped it, 2-2.
Just about everything has been away from these right-handed hitters, with the exception of a breaking ball that he threw to Youkilis that was inside.
Swing and a miss, and Aviles strikes out to end the inning. Home run for David Ortiz. Red Sox lead at 6-3. TV today to see every out-of-market Red Sox game online and on your favorite devices in HD quality. Visit redsox.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. 8th inning back at Fenway, 6-3 now. Red Sox on top of the Tigers. As that's dropped in there for a strike from Padilla.
Relief is pitch by Padilla to start off. Bosch throws it for a strike.
This one popped up as Euclid's backpedaling to make the catch right on the outfield grass. One down in the 8th. So Padilla got the final out of the 7th as the first out of the 8th. And that'll bring up Alex Avila. Avila is 0 for 2 with a walk today. In the air to center field. Back goes Podsednik, and that ball is going to be off the wall. The carom goes to Nava, the left fielder, and into second base goes Avila with a 1-out double.
That didn't miss the netting in center field by very much. Just to the left of the foul pole, it looked like, or that yellow line, I should say. Just below it. That was inches away from being a home run.
He's been 6 for 15 against the Red Sox this season. The umpires are coming together here a little bit. I'm not sure why.
Well, maybe to talk about that, Don.
Yeah.
And it was very close.
Leland coming out from third base. So maybe they got to check this out. They're going to go check it out. It was close, Terry, but I don't think it was gone.
I don't think so either. It looked like to me, Don, on first replay that it hit just below that line. Now we'll take one more look. And it appears to be just below the yellow line. There's a netting that comes out from that yellow line. Now, I think it's going to be ruled a double.
See the dent?
Yeah, that could be a dent from back in 19.
Yeah. I'm going with that's the dent right there, Jerry. That's it.
That's the dent.
That's the proof.
Take another look from a different angle, and no home run. I don't think that's a dent either. I really don't.
You don't think it's a dent?
I think that the dent is
some
more
other
to the
time.
right of it. Yeah, if it hits that net, it wouldn't have bounced back the way it did.
See, there's lots of other dents in there too.
Yeah, there's a lot of dents. Michael Narachi insists that this dent here
This is our dent.
That's our dent, but I don't think that's our dent.
How do you know? Well, I think that is the dent, Jerry.
Well, it didn't sound like net. We can say that. It didn't take very long. Here they come.
Well, no home run. So he will be at second base. And about that short. The indication is very close, but it is a double. Johnny Peralta, the batter, with one out, and Avila at second base. Peralta with a home run and a single in the game, a 2-for-3 night for the Tigers shortstop. Chops it down the third baseline. It's a fair ball. Euclid's got a long throw, and it is dug out by Gonzalez.
Oh, what a play by Gonzalez. Youkilis going right over that third base bag to make the play on the bouncing ground ball, which is not hit very hard. Had to get all he could on the throw. And then Gonzalez on the other side. What a pick. Shows it to the first base umpire, and they get the out.
Taking third on the play was Avila, so he is 90 feet away now, 2 down in the inning. And here is Ramon Santiago. In the dirt, Shopik does a good job of blocking it. And the runner at third base. Red Sox have their closer up in the pen, Alfredo Aceves. A couple of tough outings for Aceves, back-to-back, giving up home runs. The wind picks up here again at Fenway Park. The 1-0 is in there for strike, 1-1. Slap foul down the left field line, out of play. And it's 1-2. Apparently, Jerry, it is raining right now very hard at our NESN HD television center in Watertown.
In Watertown, and the wind blowing coming from Watertown. So the rain heading in this direction.
1-2 on the ground. It goes up the middle. Aviles has got it, and he throws him out. 7.5 done from Fenway. 6-3 Red Sox. To download the full season schedule into your favorite calendar program at home, in the office, or on the go. To remind you when the game is on. Download it now at NESN.com/schedule. On to the bottom of the 8th inning at Fenway Park. 6-3 Red Sox have the lead. Scott Podsednik leading it off for the Red Sox here in the 8th inning. Nick Punto and Daniel Nava scheduled to bat. Sednick has had a nice night. He's been on base 3 times, reached on an error in the second. He singled and scored in the 4th inning, and then doubled in the 6th inning. Rain starting to fall at Fenway. Two O's in there for a strike, and it is 2-1. Here comes the rain, Jerry.
Yeah, and it's coming quickly.
Two one sliced foul off to the left.
A lot of Fenway Park and the fans running for cover right now.
Two is outside, full count. Three-two pitch. But Sednick goes around and strikes out for the first out of the 8th inning. It's the 3rd strikeout for Villarreal since coming into the game.
He's got good stuff. I mean, he throws hard. He keeps the ball away from most people. Got that breaking ball. That is really starting to come down now. Fastball down out of the zone, but Sednick can't hold up the swing.
One out in the inning for Nick Punto. Foul it back to the screen for strike 1. One pitch is outside, 1-1. They are going to pull the tarp. So as anticipated, they expected about 10-15, and we're pretty close.
And some lightning coming off to our left also. So looks like a pretty good shower coming through, and maybe some thunder and lightning.
So the tarp crew getting the tarp onto the field as it rains hard here at Fenway. So it is 6-3, Red Sox on top of the Tigers. We will step aside and come back with more here from Fenway Park. We are in the midst of a rain delay. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Still good life on the fastball at 96 miles an hour for Villarreal. Works out officially to be a 38-minute rain delay. Outside, 2-2. Top of the Red Sox order, Daniel Nava waiting on deck. And 10 strikeouts in this game for Tigers pitching, 7 of which for Verlander. And make it 11 strikeouts as Punto strikes out for the second time tonight.
That's 2 strikeouts in this inning. One against Posednik, and now he gets Punto on the fastball. That's going to be up and away.
He's faced 5 batters and struck out 4 so far since coming into the game. And it's back up top now for Daniel Nava. Nava's grounded out to third, walked, doubled, and struck out. The double knocked in 3 runs. There is strike 1.
Hell, one positive thing about the rainstorm, Don, maybe it gets the pollen off your car.
Yes.
All that yellow stuff.
It's been enough of it. The 1 is popped up foul off to the left out of play. On deck is Ryan Sweeney with 2 outs here in the 8th. Strike 3 call. Villarreal, very impressive. Strikes out the side. We head to the 9th inning, 6-3. Red Sox on top. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines, Kia Motors, Sullivan Tire, Travel Michigan, 5 Hour Energy, and by Yokohama Tires. And we head to the top half of the 9th inning, 3rd day in a row that Alfredo Aceves will get work and a chance here in a save situation. His 24th appearance, 0-2 with a 5.32 earned run average. He's 11 out of 14. and has given up home runs in each of his last 2 outings. Opponent sitting at 244 against Aceves. It is the top of the Tigers order, Quentin Berry, to lead it off for Detroit. And there is ball 1. Berry has struck out, been hit by a pitch, reached on a fielder's choice, and struck out again. Two and 0. Aceves allowing 2 runs in each of his last 2 outings. He had 7 straight scoreless games prior to the last 2 outings. There's a strike, and it's 2 and 1.
A little trouble getting the fastball over, so he goes to the breaking ball to pick up the first strike.
Andy Dirks waits on deck, then Miguel Cabrera. Anybody gets on, Prince Fielder will have a chance. Here's a liner foul. So Padilla ended up going an inning into 3rd, giving up 1 hit. No runs, didn't walk anybody, nor did he strike anybody out. Aceves in behind the mound. And now in the midst of a meeting with himself. Two-two pitch. Hold off to the left out of play.
So important to get this leadoff man. And Dirks, when you have Cabrera and Fielder in your lineup, you can quickly turn a game around.
Two is strike 3. 1 down in the 9th.
Like Berry chases a pitch that might have been out of the strike zone. A high fastball, cannot check his swing, and Aceves picks up the strikeout. That's the 3rd time that Berry has struck out tonight.
So 1 down here in the 9th. Andy Dirks, the batter. There's 2 hits. Single in the 1st, a single in the 5th. Otherwise, he is grounded out twice. Two and 0. Miguel Cabrera waiting on deck. 1 out in the 9th. There's ball 3. And Aceves want to know where that was. We'll be very careful here as he's close to getting ejected. Lucky is sort of about enough. Aceves with the pointing motions and everything else. He's lucky he hasn't been ejected.
You're right, Don. It's a fastball that he thought he had a strike on, the top of the strike zone. And Aceves can't believe that it was not called a strike. Bobby Valentine popping out of the dugout right away to try to cool Aceves off.
So it is 3-0 to Andy Dirks. That's a strike, and it's 3-1. Breaking ball that misses, and down to first base goes Dirks. So a 1-out walk here in the 9th inning. The first blown save was first series of the year for the Red Sox in Detroit. Miguel Cabrera, a 3-run home run in the 9th inning. Cabrera takes strike one. Sevis going to work on the landing area of the mound. Miguel Cabrera tonight 1 for 4. He doubled in the 7th inning. Sevis has thrown 34 pitches the last 2 days coming into this 3rd outing in a row. His 0-1 pitch is up and away, 1-1. Yesterday, the Red Sox had a 5-run lead when he came into the game. It's outside, 2-1. Jose Valverde, the closer for the Tigers, up in the pen in case. Two-one pitch coming to Cabrera. Lined and caught. Youkilis will try to turn it into 2. And it is grabbed by Gonzalez. It almost got thrown away. 2 down in the 9th.
Oh, that was a bullet right at Youkilis at third base. He thought he had a chance to turn a double play, but Gonzalez backing off the bag as the ball bounced on the way to first base. Right over the runner, it looked like.
So 2 down here in the 9th as Prince Fielder now stands in. He's got 2 hits tonight. Home run in the 6th inning, a solo shot, and a single in the 7th inning. Ball 1. Sevis has been behind for the most part here since coming in. Is going to miss. 2-0.
That didn't look like too bad a pitch either. Looks like a changeup that time from Sevis. Looked like it might have caught the bottom of the strike zone. Let's take a look.
Got his head down and probably pretty close to boiling over here should he not get any more calls. 2-0. Two down in the 9th. That's a strike, 2-1. Don't forget, coming out immediately after the game to stay with us for WB Mason. Red Sox Extra Innings Live. It's all the post-game coverage you'll need right here on Messing.
And Jimmy Leland didn't like that last call.
2-1 to Prince Fielder. Fielder will hit one to second base. Pinto from his knees throws to first. The Red Sox win. Pinto knocked it down, stayed with it, was able to throw out Prince Fielder at first base. And the Red Sox are over 500 for the first time this season. And Jerry, a good game tonight for the Red Sox, especially beating Justin Verlander.
Well, that's the big thing tonight. You know, you have Verlander out there. You're trying to get above 500. You know, anytime you face Verlander, it doesn't look good. But the Red Sox tonight were up to the task, and the big hit in the ball game was Daniel Nava. Nava with that 100-mile-an-hour fastball coming at him, taking it to the opposite field. Big Papi also adding a home run in this game. So a good win for the Red Sox. They finally get themselves up over 500 and pick up ground in the division.
Bob's Discount Furniture will be going to bat again for the Jimmy Fund this season. Bob's Discount Furniture will donate $1,000 to the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon for every game saved. Save more at Bob's Discount Furniture. Visit mybobs.com for more on great deals for your home. Red Sox win this one 6-3. For Jerry Remy and Jenny Dell, I'm Don Arcillo saying goodnight from Fenway Park. Join us again tomorrow night for Game 3 of the series. Pitching matchup with John Lester and Drew Smiley. Our live coverage from Fenway begins at 6. This has been a presentation of Ness and New England's most watched sports network. It's time now for Tom Carroll and our Ness and HD Television Center.